Why have I lost audio? Good morning.
Oh, this is an audio and video test.
Perfect.
But it's beautiful. Morning, Jeff. Good morning, Matt. How are you?
Let me mute that. There we go. All right. All right. Minimize that, Twitter that. Okay. Not as entertaining as the White Hot. I love how like every conversation in Ottawa, they always have to acknowledge they're on unceded territory. It's God. All right. Okay. Train hasn't blown up. And we got good amount of people here. Perfect. Give me 1 second. I'll get to the chat. There we go. Okay. So I would say the COVID fear hasn't vanished overnight. Don't take this as well. First of all, it's too early in the day for starters, and second, yesterday was the end of month, right? So in the business world, you have accounts that open at the start of the month and they got to close at the end of the month, so that the paperwork is kind of set. You can't have things trail. So some people go daily, start, close, never carry overnight. Some don't carry over the weekend, and some don't carry over the month. So at the end of the month, you'll get an amplified sell off. So if we're going bad, we're going worse. If we're going green, we're going slightly less. So at the start of the month is the opposite, right? All that money comes right back in. So it's a little early, but if you had a bad end of the month, then you can expect a slightly better start of the month. But after the first day, then it goes back to its normal self. Or if on the first day you're going to get some green, but you don't get a lot of green, it means people are choosing not to play anymore. So they got out, they're done, and they're choosing not to go back in. They're going to move that money somewhere else. So then you're not going to see them for a month or forever, potentially. Now, just because that money moves somewhere else doesn't mean some other money might move from somewhere else and come to you, right? So even though Billy moves his $10,000 to column B, it doesn't mean he can't find $20,000 to seize an opportunity from column C and bring it to column A. So, it all comes out in the wash, but the idea is that the end of the month is a point of change. How it changes is all up in the wind, but there's generally a point of change. So give it some time and don't get too excited. Now, if we came up like 30% or something, okay, there's something more to it, but 3%, considering we went down 14 in 2 days, it's nothing. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, just add a little bit of experience to that statement just to keep it in perspective. But yeah, it's definitely nice. I'm going to go take a look at the broader. So it's slow start. The lowest green is 4, and the lowest red is 5. So that means we're pretty neutral. What time is it? Yeah, we're only about 5 minutes in. Yeah, that's why. All right. We should start to see these numbers starting to widen. And we'll see which one of these guys is going to be the winner shortly. Yeah, look at all this shit news. What's going on with AMC? Oh, whale alert. What's going on? Is it setting up for a big move? Jesus. All just garbage AI written posts. Yeah. Wipe this. Drink that. All right. So this is looking okay. So you see what the the bottoms, right? So you got almost a power N shape here. This doesn't count. You come down, you go up, you come down, and we'll see with this one. But the bottoms are getting higher. We're still, yeah, damn it. I was gonna say it was starting to look good there. We didn't get the height, but if we can stay off this line, we might pull it off. Definitely looking better. And then that goes back to whoever was talking about the Warkoff accumulator, right? So we've done the crash, right? And then now we're in the transient period of going sideways. So we'll probably go up and then come down. Then we'll have a dip and then a surge. So this is the leveling out period. But this is the one that breaks, or well, probably this. Let's zoom out a little. There's going to be a breaking point where it slows it down. So that's that piece right there. So it's, oh, I'm way zoomed out. No, that's not enough of a break. It's too high. Let's go to the 5-day. Okay, so this would be the drop here. So this is the zigzag. Okay, so we're looking at this piece. So then the breaking point on this would be arguably this, but that's not the case because that's way too high. And of course we fell lower. So where would the break be? Guess this. This would have been we're crashing, but you see that's a crash. This is the leveling out. We ended up falling some more. This breaks, then we go, then we fall some more, but that's like a speed bump. But this is quite a long speed bump. But I guess if I recall correctly, this is the 24th. So really, this was fears, and then this was confirmed fears. So I guess we did have a change of personality here. So then we really only should look at this part. And so this is it's falling. Yeah. There hasn't been really a strong break aside from this. I don't know. I'd have to piece together the timeline on the COVID. But this is low, this is higher. That was yesterday's growth. Now we're doing a lot better. See how this plays out. I'll leave the boiler bands up. Not that they're going to be that much useful going at this point, since we're in the recovery phase, potentially. But in case we're not in the recovery phase, I'll leave it up. There's the Dow at the bottom. It's looking okay. Yeah, see, I don't like how this is going sideways. Because if it goes sideways, then it's going to break down. These guys here need to be higher for it to be safe. This is basically just asking for a breakdown. Even though it's showing green, I'm not feeling it. Unless it floors it. But even then, even if it floors it, it'll probably get yanked back. Because this is pretty aggressive of a bottom line. So it really has to get up there to stay off or stave off the crash. All right, well, we'll let this ride. At least it's somewhat interesting. Better than seeking the bottom. That's the worst. Just fucking going down. So war is good for business, but the initial, so fear and uncertainty always scares the market. So anytime it's not certain, the war is not certain, right? Or there's a fear, it could get worse. I don't know how bad it's gonna be, blah blah blah. That always, 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 always gets people defensive, and so they withdraw money. So if you think a war is going to happen, you'd want to put your money into gold and you would want to withdraw all your stocks because everyone else is going to. Now, if that war escalates or if it comes home to the US or whatever, that will change things considerably. But the US market is, or the US economy is smart enough to insulate its people from the wars it fights. So unlike World War II, where, you know, it's a war economy and there's austerity, America could be in the fight of its life and the Americans would never know, right? Until, you know, it comes home to them, just like it did in Germany in World War II. You know, they had no clue how bad things were, and then all of a sudden, bam, they're getting bombed. Yeah. So, but that's if it gets that ridiculous, which it highly unlikely will, because it's Russia does not have the sustaining power to fight a global war, not in their current state, and they don't have the money. They may have the friends if China wants to get involved. China and Russia versus the world would be pretty dicey, at least for the beginning. Anyways, but so that's generally how she rolls. So if you think there's going to be a conflict, you want to withdraw your money or put them all into the defense companies that are going to get the well, we shouldn't say the payments, but they're going to get wealthier. The contracts, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Now, you could also short sell all the companies that are about to get fucked in Belarus or Russia. You could do that. And if you're a commodities trader, you could also look at the commodities that are going to be disrupted. People are probably already pricing that in, right? So those are your power plays. If you are a more aggressive trader, you think a year in the future. Are we going to be in war in a year from now? Okay. Yes. Because I'm going to do it. I'm going to start the war. All right. So then buy the munition factories. Okay. And that's, you know, the idea. So instead of physically buying the munition factory, you as an investor buy a part of them. Yeah. Anyways, that's the idea as an investor. I mean, if you're really rich, you just buy the whole damn factory. But the nice thing is that if things go south, you can just liquefy your shares and run to the hills. Yeah. Yeah, the world we live in. Oh, and on that note, my conquest as Italy is going quite well. I tried to invade Turkey, but Great Britain kicked my ass. Well, actually, it wasn't really Great Britain. Great Germany and Britain were guaranteeing the autonomy of Turkey, and I had to deal with both of them. Germany's the bigger problem. Oh, considering how close they are. Oh. So long, sons of violins. Oh, I missed that. The Chinese? Yeah. Versus the Japanese. Yeah, I never understood Japanese camo, like light tan, until you see the Pacific. And then you're like, oh, their camo is essentially beach. And it's fairly effective. The Pope. How many divisions does he got? Joseph Stalin. Yeah, that's actually a fun quote. Someone's like, you can't do that. That would piss off the Pope. How many divisions does the Pope have? I got, what, 100 bazillion? I think the Russians fielded over 100 divisions at one point. Fucking ridiculous amount of manpower. We on the 1 minute? Just double check. Things moving slow. Yeah, we're on the 1 minute. Okay. No rest for the wicked. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So right now I'm about to invade Portugal. And I'm moving on after Portugal. I'm waiting for Germany to declare war on France. And then I'm going to swoop in the south. I'm currently making friends with the Baltic states. Yugoslavia joined my alliance. Oh, I think I had to go back a few days, right? Because I should not have attacked Turkey. A good idea. Yeah, this border's loaded with Germans, and they all decided to come across the friggin' border all at once. And even though I have superior manpower, they were kicking my ass. Yeah. Getting on that bandwagon. Well, it's an NFT is just a tracked piece of content, right? So instead of a token, it is art or a Twitter post or something. It's just a new term for selling digital content. The only difference is now that there's a marketplace, and that marketplace allows for reselling and the change in value. Because people want to see immediate value, right? I have art, and then somebody wants it, so it's worth this now. And it's like, it's only worth what people are willing to pay for it. So it's not exactly going up in value, but there's ways to, fake it, right? You make a fake stock market that rises the prices of everything. So if you want to get in, you have to pay more. And it's scammy, but you can do what you want to do. Go nuts, get rich. long as there's an idiot to buy it, go to town. I'm not going to be able to fucking attack Turkey, eh? Stupid ass Turkey. Can I get Spain to join my Wow. Oh, Spain is still recovering from a civil war. They can't join me. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it. But I'm just talking about the process. You asked me about them, right? I mean, sure, you can make content, but you need a buyer, right? It's not like you can just make an NFT and off it goes, right? But I mean, a lot of the content too is trash. So it's like you don't even have to try. But people have to think that your stuff's going to become more valuable for some reason. Like they're obviously not just going to give you free money, even though they technically are. You have to sell them on the promise, or not the the hope, not the promise. You don't promise anything, but you give them hope. Yeah. Okay. Do. All right. Well, I'm gonna send you over to Greece. Okay, and she's heading to Greece. Okay, let's get rocking. Greece is gonna be next. Is anybody protecting Greece? Oh, I have a non-aggression pact with Greece. No, I can't attack Greece. All right. Pull this down. Okay. Take out Saudi Arabia for the oil. Not that I need much more oil. I'm doing good. But my war machine's probably gonna need oil. Let's conquer Saudi Arabia. It will cost me 77 political power and take a year. Okay. Okay, so I have to wait for France to be taken. Can attack France. Go to war with the UK. Perfect. Oh, please attack me first, Saudi Arabia. That'll give me a reason to drop my piles and piles of troops on you. All right. Good, 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 good. Which one do I need? Oh, it's construction. All right, I got 2 war factories going. And I need a bunch of upgrades on the border. Okay. Oh, fuck. Portugal's being defended by the UK. Man, UK, why are you defending everyone? I want quick, easy invasions. But I know why, because obviously. If you lose Portugal, then all of a sudden you start to get surrounded. See if they take the bait. Yeah, I got Bulgaria and Yugoslavia. Now I have to fight Australia, France, South Africa, New Zealand, and Canada. Gonna be... Oh, and France. Oh, I forgot about France. Oh, no. That's why I saved. Right. Damn it. What's the point of declaring war on somebody if you can't invade? So in this game, you have to justify your war goal. Then you have to go after it. Maybe I can get the UK to drop. Hmm. 1 second. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I can't take on the UK, all of its territories, and France. I'll have to wait till Germany attacks, which should be soon, actually. Let's bring everybody to Milan. All right, I'm gonna need secondary army. Probably at least another 10 units. All right, so let's do 3 groups of... Actually, let's do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's do 2 of them. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Turkey. What a... Turkey has a navy. Have to deal with them later. operatives doing in Greece? Not too bad. Bulgaria has 0 armies. Bosnia has, or not Bosnia, Yugoslavia has 0 armies. God, countries would be a joke to overrun. And they're my allies. Well, there's no one I can really attack. We're all allied up, which was, I guess, the whole point of all the alliances in World War I and World War II. Guess I could go after South America. Start the invasion of oh, there's Zeus in Ecuador. Guess I could start the invasion of South America. I'd need port access, which I can get from Spain. Who owns these islands? They're owned by Portugal. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you see how it's though diagonal though, right? It's drifting. So that plays into the idea that you drift when the volume is low, right? You'll see more diagonals when the volume is low. Or it'll go dead flat. And that's when no one, like, really the volume is 0. It'll go flat because the stock's not literally not moving. Yeah. Yep, you got this. Not a hard thing. Just an unknown thing. It's like psychology. Psychology is not hard. The problem is everyone's fucking unique. Ultimately, we're all the same. We're the same human machine, but their entire lifespan leading up to that point is arguably random. So it's like, fuck me. But then that's what makes it fun. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Diplomats from Germany and the Soviet Union have concluded. Okay, so then this is before Poland gets divvied up, right? Yeah, now looking back at these historical events, right? You can see that, like, the Soviet Union's gunning to expand, right? So it makes an alliance, grows. Germany basically picks away at everybody around them, and then they're ready to just do an all-out push for France, and they'll take the North as a side effect. So, like if Germany wasn't so evil, the expansionary attacks that they did is just normal. Like that's everyone fucking does that, right? The United Kingdom did that all over here, right? They're just doing it in 1940 versus in 1910, right? And then with Japan and Italy starting off the belligerency, it starts to rise the world tension, the heat. And then China would have fell to the Japanese if it wasn't for American intervention. Actually, China pretty much fell to the Chinese anyways in World War II, but if there wasn't American intervention, it would have fell completely, and Japan would have just kept going, and then India would have had to probably deal with Japan. Although I guess after Japan secured Micronesia and Indonesia, they probably would leave Australia alone because who cares? They just needed the resources. Is really the main reason they started that attack, is to take oil from Indonesia and, beat up China, their nearest neighbor. Yeah. Because, yeah, they would have attacked Russia if they could, but that's just dumb. You can't fight that. Although if they were super smart, they could have just snuck into, did like a sneak attack and took out India or something, but they weren't dumb. They knew if all of Europe got angry at them, they couldn't do it. Just like I can't do it. I can't attack Portugal. I can't take on France, United Kingdom, and half the world. Not gonna happen. Wonder what would happen if I attacked the States. Now I know the States only has about 8 divisions. Oh, I could make friends with Mexico, maybe. Does Mexico like me? Mexico hates me. And why is that? Because I'm non-democratic and I created so much world tension. Oh, okay. So when you go around beating up people, the game punishes you. Oh, that's smart. Okay. Well, that's something I didn't know. Again, I've only played this game a few times. Okay, so there is a side effect for heating up the world. And that makes sense. Germany was heating up the world, so people started pissing on them because, before they invaded, right? Like, look, you can't fucking do this. Well, are you gonna stop me? And that's where we ended up. All right, then I guess I'll just keep building at home for the time being until Germany invades. All right. No rest for the wicked. Yeah, let's get some anti-tank. We're gonna need that against French. The French have some pretty heavy-duty tanks. But the Germans were smart. They knew they couldn't break the Charbis B1s, but if you drove around them, doesn't matter. Like, fucking smart. Uh, yeah, it's possible. If our volume stays low, I would expect us to just drift left, then drift right kind of deal. So I don't know where that's going to take us. A huge M shape. Okay. So I'm cranking out the aircraft. Let's get some synthetic factories going here. Make some rubber at home. I don't have to import it. Ah, here we go. All right, party time just started. So the Navy treaty's over. Germany declared war on Poland 25th of August 1939 or something around that. And they got them surrounded. I think Poland lasts, what, 10 days? Day 1, day 2, day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Jesus. And it's pretty much done. And then I think Russia, then what? Bum Russia's the last bit, right? Or maybe in this alternate history, they don't. We'll see. Ooh, atomic research. Yeah, we got planes in reserve. Excellent. All right, I'm going to build up my Air Force because that's going to be a big one. Italy has a lot of airfields. And they're pretty decent ones, too. Level 10 airfields, yeah. Okay. So I think we're at 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, it's over. 19, 20 days in this time frame. And Russia did not take any bit, unless this was previously Poland. Belarus, no. Jeez. All right. There, Germany's got pretty much most of Europe. Oh, Germany just attacked France. What? Okay. Is France at war with Germany? It is. Okay. So, now what to do? All right, I guess I'll wait for the United Kingdom to declare war on Germany. And then I will join in on beating up France. And that will seize territory in France. Could wipe out the Swiss while I'm at it. Okay. Oh, geez. All their troops have moved off the border. Oh, did not notice that. Awesome. Okay. Belgium's joined the Allies. Netherlands joined the Allies. Germany's declared war on the Netherlands. Okay. Party time's about to start. Hungary joined the Axis. Damn it. And they need a world tension of 90. They're already teamed up with me. Lost that. Wonder if I can get the Swiss to join. They are democratic and they hate me. Okay, well. If I go to war with France, I'm going to go to war with the UK. I'm going to be stretched too thin. I want to be able to seize Europe. Or, sorry, seize Africa. Why they're not. Let's get some troops transferred down here. How many divisions is that? Not much. Yeah, this is why you got to pre-plan. I don't think far enough into the future, and I really got to start doing that. So like now I have manpower shortages that are going to take about a year to fix. Whereas if I would have trained them earlier, I would have had enough manpower to sweep Africa. But the problem with recruiting too early is, of course, that occupies up tons of resources. Or maybe I can join the Allies. They don't like me, but... And now I'm flip-flopping like Italy actually did. I mean, realistically, I just want land. So if it's too hard to take England and France, could just, sweep. Oh, there you go. USSR occupies eastern Poland. So it's just a little early. Yeah, and you have to build ships like 5 years into the future. You got multiple dockyards. It's still gonna take you 6 years. Build a ship. Jeez. Okay, artillery, good. We're pumping out the guns. Fighters and tactical bombers, we're just pumping them out. All right. Okay. See what we can do here. Netherlands has capitulated. Okay, Denmark joined the Allies. Germany's declared war on Denmark. Figure out if I want to go after. I'll get a bunch of patrol destroyers. It took me a while to learn naval classifications, the whole point of them all, and the reason why you don't just use capital ships for everything. And the main reason is size. They're easy to hit, easy to spot, and two, fuel. You want to use small ships wherever possible. But obviously, small ships don't win against big ships for the most part. Now, that's kind of changed nowadays, which is why capital ships are dead. Because we're not using cannons anymore. Missiles don't care. You can fire missiles from the smallest thing in the world, right? But during this time frame, yeah, it took a while to figure out why you would use a corvette over a light cruiser, over a battleship, over a dreadnought class. Why aren't you just pumping out endless battleships? I mean, if you show up with 20 battleships and they have nothing but destroyers, it's not happening. You can just murk them. But now you just hit them with torpedo bombers. Or sorry, now in this time frame, you'd hit them with torpedo bombers, or you'd strafe them with torpedo boats that they can't even hit because they're too quick. And so you can then field a bunch of low quality, super cheap boats and sink all their battleships, which took them like 10 years to make and bazillions of dollars, and they didn't even get a shot off, sort of deal. And so it's not worth it in the end. Norway joined the Allies. Okay, can I attack the Saudis yet? No, it won't let me. All right. Once Germany takes France, I'll be able to take Vichy France. Shit, we're at 98% world tension. It's about to get real. Spain is still recovering from the Civil War. The reason you don't want to fight... There we go. The reason you don't want to fight too many people all at once is you're just going to run out of supplies. You only have so much resources. What's Hood doing right now? Oh, down 3%. Yeah, they're in the 24s now. Fuck them, eh? Yeah, when they were batting, I think 50, it's like, nah, fuck this. You're going below us. All right. All right, I'm gonna move my divisions from here. All right, we'll go to Genoa. I'm gonna move them into North Africa, and I'm gonna sweep left, right. Okay, let's get ready for that. Since Germany's gonna get France. Actually, I'll put these 5 units of troops here. I want all my motorized troops. Military police rank up your defense. Neat. They also provide a little bit of an attack, mostly suppression bonus. We got engineers, support. And I can beef up my... Oh, I don't have enough. I have 74. Oh, I see. Cannot have this many special forces. Okay, so then let's... what this line represents. Each column is a regiment of a specific base type. The topmost type decides what else you can put in that column. The bigger you go, the combat width. Oh, I see. Okay, so it doesn't have any specific order as to what... Yeah, yeah, I remember when Ark picked them up and everyone's like, oh my, and it's like, no. It's gonna be fun for you. Got support artillery. Except I don't want these guys to be mobile. So if they're not going to be mobile, I don't need support. Support artillery. So what if I do artillery Anti-tank. Artillery. Anti-tank. My defense went up a shit ton. Oh, I see. So you have an attack, even so you have a defense number, which is basically how long you can survive, and then you have an attack number. So if you have a higher defense number, you can last in the fight longer. But if your attack is 0, you'll eventually lose. If your attack is high and you have no defense, you have to hit hard and then get the hell out. Such as like a tank. A tank has no defense, it's all attack. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Starting to get a hold of this now. So if I get rid of this, okay. So infantry allows your defense to go up, where artillery just goes all into your attack. And infantry costs a lot in manpower, where artillery doesn't. Artillery also helps with the breakthrough, where infantry doesn't. So realistically, I don't need artillery unless I plan on breaking through. Yeah, in games like this, it's all numbers, right? So nothing really matters. All right, let's just upgrade them. Okay. All right, getting ready to rock and roll. Coming up on 10:50. Denmark capitulated. Iceland takes control of foreign affairs. This becomes Denmark. Mark. And there, see, they didn't even push against the magnet line or Magont line or whatever it's called. They just thrust right to Paris, right? And then once Paris fell, the whole country goes. So they didn't even have to fight all of these people. And there you go. Fall of Paris. All right. Bulgaria is now... Romania has now joined us. Sweet. Okay, and then I'll get a national focus in a minute. So Romania is with us now, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria. Who are they fighting right now? They're at war with everyone because of the world tension and all that. Right. Let's improve relations with the Soviet Union. And let's improve relations with the United States. Oh, right. The U.S. is guaranteeing the Caribbean to keep out the colonial powers. Right. That was part of the Monroe Doctrine, I believe. Because, yeah, realistically, colonial powers would have conquered this place if the states didn't put their foot down. And then all you need is, like, Germany to take this pretty part of the world, and then they're going to come friggin' up into the states, right? You don't want to be surrounded. Could try to take Panama. So realistically, when the Japan goes to war with the U.S., well, nah, it's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass to figure that one out. All right, whatever. All I know is I gotta get more factories. Okay, can I invade Saudi Arabia? I'm tired of talking about them. Let's fucking invade them. Oh, the United Kingdom's guaranteeing Saudi Arabia as well. There you go. There's Vichy French. Am I at war with them? No. There we go. Boom. Free France has capitulated. Gone. All right. Now I can declare war on Vichy French. Oh no. Whoops. Crap. I went the wrong way. Okay. Now I can invite Spain into my alliance. Alright, we're getting there. I don't know where I'm going next. You know, I want to take out Turkey. I want to take out Saudi Arabia. I want Portugal. I want to sweep the Northern Africa, but I can't. I'm just looking for some weakness. Be nice to take out Iran. They got lots of oil. But it's all mountain warfare. Mountains are the worst. Oh. I could send a military attaché to Germany. Germany loves me, but my people don't really care for Germany. I could make friends with Churchill. Churchill rightfully saw Germany for what it was. Everyone else was kind of hoping that they wouldn't do what they did. Like when you're looking at the map, like you're playing this game, you can easily see how World War II played out. As reading it in history, you're just like, oh man, who didn't realize he was bad? It's like, yeah, but all the other world leaders were fucking worse. Like Mussolini was an idiot. Pretty much all of the Baltics was an idiot. Turkey was just out of a genocide. Saudi Arabia is a warlord. You know, so what's another crazy person on the pot, right? And everyone else had bigger problems to deal with than, you know, warlords. Now, in hindsight, right, you realize that you can't let the factors get to where they get, because once they get to that point, war is inevitable. So now it's all about deterrence, right? Stopping it before it starts. Because, yeah, man, look at how big that Soviet Union is. Although all its population is right here. But still, lots of land. Alright, so Japan is really sucking at the conquering. All the colonies went to Vichy France. Yep. Alright, well, the world is calming down. Slowly. Goes down 7%. 0.5% a month. So 10% or sorry, 1.4% a year. Geez, that's slow. I still have docking rights? Okay, perfect. Okay, Greece has finally joined the dark side. Greece is now part of the new Roman Empire. Boom. Oh, that's a lot of troops at the border. There, that's like 15 divisions all ready to rock on Turkey. I got 25 divisions ready to rock and another 5 in the pipe. Okay. So where are we going next? I don't think Germany would. Germany likes me. They're not going to declare war on me. Hungary is their ally. I want to attack Turkey. Maybe I can. Japan's in their own faction, right? Okay. Maybe I could go into India and start causing dissent to get them to revolt. When they revolt, then I can swoop in the regime change. I do want to take Cairo, cut off the resources. That should be relatively easy. Just rush across to Cairo. No problem. Guess I gotta get my naval bombers in play. Or an airstrip nearby. Oh, I guess I could use Greece's airstrip. Yeah, that'll be good. Now that Greece is an ally, I can establish my naval bombers here. Yeah, and I could even get paratroopers going. Drop them into... Oh, life is good here. Okay. Turkey's gonna get their ass handed to them. Okay, how are my... I got troops cooking. How's my construction plans going? Okay, I can cancel all of these. Now that everyone's an ally, I don't need any of these forts. And I don't need to upgrade Albania because I'm not going to be fighting from there. I figured I needed the airport out of Albania to take out all these guys, but rather than fight them, they joined the dark side. Is there anyone else I can convince to join me? Finland. Sweden and Norway are democratic. Finland is non-aligned. All right. Hate when I misclick. All these friggin' different colors. Gotta right click on a country. Okay. So green is friendly, blue is allies, and red is who I can attack. And I have no diplomacy with them. Can I get Ireland to turn on the United Kingdom? I got 7 to 8 factories. And 11,000 potential troops. The UK can have up to 1 million troops. They have 26 factories. Somewhere between 39 to 156 divisions. Holy crap. Ireland has 7. Germany has 231. Portugal has 31. Saudis have 17. Alright, I guess I need to up my numbers. I think I only have, what, 72? 156. Fuck me. That is a lot of troops. Alright. Alright, so we'll just see who fights next. So it's 1940. France has fallen. But technically Germany's at war with the United Kingdom. But unable to launch an attack yet. So what was Germany's next move? They went after Russia like an idiot. Oh no, they're gonna take Norway, right? Yeah. Now, if I attack Turkey, I'm gonna make enemies of every friggin' country that the United Kingdom related to. But you know what? Oh, Germany's also guaranteeing Turkey. Wonder if I can tell Germany not to. Wonder how you do that. I don't know how you do that. All right, let's just save and see the outcome. Let's see. Germany joins them. Shit. Yeah, see, that's what I don't want. Because if I have to fight Germany... Although, in this case, all of my troops here are now going to invade Germany. So this might actually work out for the better. Because combined, how many troops do we have? 30, 30, 30, 30. Yeah, we have almost the same amount of troops as the the whole German Reich there. Yeah, that might be a tactic I never thought of. Okay, well, so much for that. I need a country I can friggin' attack, and I was hoping for Saudi Arabia. It's being a bitch. Okay, got 19 divisions, and this is my reserve. These guys come and clean up and hold objectives. Put them here, get them out of the way. Why can't I use C roots? Alright, he's gonna walk the long way for some dumb reason. Okay. So that's ready to rock and roll. I got 37 divisions, plus another 25. Just waiting for the word. Take out these Saudis before they even know what hit them. Okay. I'm actually going to move this guy into position. Where's their capital? Okay. So they'll thrust this way. Then they'll spearhead. Oh, no, I can't do multi-stage. Okay. All right, I have to do it one at a time, I guess. Okay. Put mobile. Those are Africa. These guys here. So then we're gonna go and these guys on the front line. And they're gonna spearhead. There we go. Perfect. So he should be getting into position. Oh, I'm still paused. Okay, so these guys should all be moving into position. Perfect. This guy here has to pull off the border. Perfect. Okay. But scout planes down here. Actually, I don't even need that many. shift click to move 100. Okay, got a good decent amount of aircraft. All right. Establish naval dominance. Please and thank you. All right. Okay, let's get some boats going here. All right, so we're cracking out airplanes. Still need a ton of guns. Where is my mobile unit? This guy, okay. Get your troops over here. All right, perfect. All right, we're now going to be allies with Spain. Boom. Hey. Guess I can befriend Portugal. I wanted to invade Portugal, but Okay, let's befriend Portugal. So now I'm pretty much aligned with everybody but Germany and France. All right. Oh, that's right. If I attack Saudi Arabia, I gotta deal with the United Kingdom. Right. Okay. I guess time to get ready to fight the UK. All right. Oh, slow day. We're just getting close to 10 million volume, and it's 11:30. But we're not bleeding off into oblivion, so this is kind of your stabilizer day. So that's good. Beats yesterday. Let's send my reserve divisions down here. My reserves could easily wipe out British Somaliland. That's move my troops to the border so I can get eyeballs on the British. Naval bomber? Scout plane. Tactical bomber. Close air support. Fighters. Okay, everything I want. Wow. Scout planes are fast. Like, really fast. 500 kilometers an hour versus a tactical bomber, which is 250, or close air support, which is 400. Oh my god. You can just fly. And your range is good too. Holy. Almost as good as a bomber. Actually, little less than the bomber, but that's good. And I guess due to their speed, they can cover more ground, which is why they're good for all the things they gotta do. So let's see if I put scout planes. So he can't do anything. He's just waiting for orders. Okay. Okay, well. Just gonna keep on trucking here. Not much we can do. Can't friggin' attack Turkey. Oh, there's quite a bit of British forces down here. At least one. Oof. They got a lot of troops down here. Okay. Where's my spies? Oh, one of my spies was killed by the enemy. I guess when Greece became an ally, they saw my spy ring and killed my spy. Okay. Okay, perfect. Do. Okay. Trucking along. You're on a stabilizing day, it looks like, this far through. That's good. Well, AMC's not that red. We're gray at the moment. We're just stabilizing. Not that bad. And tomorrow's Thursday. No, it's just COVID, right? But I think the fears will lift. I don't think we're completely done yet, so it's kind of risky to buy. But at least we're getting stabilizing days, and the more you get of those, then you build a stronger bottom. So, and that's ultimately what you need. Okay. Italy is learning about nuclear research. So when is Germany gonna... Oh. Going to attack. Okay, so Portugal just joined us. Now my attack on Portugal is irrelevant. Okay, so now I can take my strongest division and let's go visit the Brits. Okay. About to go to war with the UK. To answer your question, Barry, it's all on how the cards lay. It all depends on how people are going to react to COVID, and that I can't estimate. I can estimate a little bit. My guess is they're going to react less and less and less and less and less each time, right? People burn out. They get used to stimulus that scares them, and eventually build a tolerance. But governments do a good job of keeping the fear alive so people don't get lazy with, the fact that it could kill them or wipe out the country. So they don't let them relax. It's not really fear mongering. It's just trying to counteract the human condition, which is, oh, well, I don't care anymore. Yeah, and then you care when you're dead. You're like, oh, I'm sick. I wish you wish you shoulda, coulda, woulda. Okay. Every time. Every friggin' time. People do that. Yeah. So we'll just have to see. Okay, the Soviet Union has declared war on Lithuania. Okay. I'm kind of pinned in. I guess that's part of the... There's no way I can take on Russia by myself. Now, I could join maybe Germany when they attack Russia. I think all of us could beat up Russia. But I have to make sure I'm not stretched too thin when that happens. Since I'm about to go to war with the UK, I'm going to be stretched thin. Oh. Oh, cool. I'm getting support units from who? Who's this? One division from... Stop moving. Bulgaria. Cool. They're beefing up my borders. Well, what I could do, since these guys are allies... They don't have the manpower to deal with Russia. Fuck, Russia has 2 million manpower to fight. These guys, Lithuania has 21,000. Oh, you're fucked. Russia has 364 divisions. They have 17. Oh, man. Germany's at 252 at this point. Norway, 25. Oh. Sorry, Sweden's 25. Norway's at 200. UK's at... Oh, that's Germany. Sorry. Norway's at non-existent. UK's at 200. Might be able to do it. What's America at this point? 93 divisions. $385 ships. I got like 30 ships. I got 100 ships. Okay. Germany has no ships. The UK has 300 ships. Only about 4 battle cruisers, which is bigger than a battleship, I guess. A large capital ship with offensive capability, similar to a battleship but with weaker armor for faster speed. Oh, okay. Hence why it's a battle cruiser. Battleship is the best ship money can buy, but of course it has to be supported by smaller screening ships. Light cruisers' duty is to shield capital ships from enemy light ships, like destroyers, but can also unleash powerful torpedoes that can hurt bigger ships. Submarines are to knock out convoys and capital ships. Destroyers hunt the submarines. And a heavy cruiser is just the flexible, or if you're too poor for a battleship. So that's your workhorse, your medium tank. Your battle cruiser is a heavy, your battleship is the heavy tank. Your destroyers are the light tanks. Your subs are your anti-tank rocket troops. Good until they're spotted. Once they're spotted, they're fucked. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. And so if you send out a heavy tank with no infantry support against a whole bunch of infantry, the subs are going to just chew it up, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of the balance. I kind of got it. But if there's a shit ton of destroyers, the subs are going to get sunk. And the battleship's going to do nothing. But of course, it's probably on its way to beat up other ships. And destroyers can't hurt battleships. So that's the trade-off. So essentially, a whole bunch of subs and a whole bunch of destroyers could take on anything with incredible casualties. Yeah. I have low manpower. When did that happen? All right. Constructing away. Constructing. All right, let's keep this good times rolling. So we're just going to advance the clock. Yeah. Yeah. That was in response to the chat. Looking good. Let's get my Navy yards built up. Okay. Getting there. There's Greek ships in the English Channel. Now that's something. Greek and Portugal ships are all surrounding England. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Oh yes, I need a national focus. Perfect. Sweet. We now are in an alliance with Germany. I think. Let me check that out. Yeah, they're the Axis. I'm the new Imperium of Rome. And Japan's in their own thing. But we're all working together. All right, let's research 1941 light tank. Perfect. All right. So apparently I had... What the hell? I was justifying a war goal against Saudi Arabia, and it came and passed, and I didn't even see it. Or it got canceled, maybe. Okay. Well, now I can attack the UK straight on. So... I really don't want to go without the help of Germany, though. Oh, Germany's already fighting the UK, right? Perfect. Okay. Let's save first before I get my ass handed to me. Right, are we ready to pull the trigger? No, we're not. Ooh. So there's Belgium. As soon as war breaks out, Portugal's going to storm these fronts. I'm going to take the blunt of the United Kingdom. Up here. Then I'm going to sweep in and cut off reinforcements. This is going to be hard. Okay, you guys are going to become the Africa Corps. This is green. Okay, Africa Corps. Perfect. So So then you guys need to defend this border because it's about to get hot and spicy. Let's say let's do that. Okay. Or actually, you know what? Move you guys down here. Cut off the British. Frig. Alright, I don't know if I'm ready to take on all of the UK. But it's gonna be something. Call these the Cyprus D commandos. Okay. Okay. To take out Malta before it bombs the frig out of everybody. Okay. Take out Malta very fast, and then I can relieve these troops. Because ultimately I need to pin in the island. Then I can launch my invasion. But they're going to send massive troop reinforcements. I'm going to have to cut them off at Gibraltar and hope they don't invade Spain or Portugal. Alright, here we go, I guess. Get everyone into position. This guy here. Still waiting on some of his troops. Control, click. Okay, 7 divisions here. And then I want you guys to move up, well, to here. Okay. Perfect. Actually, you know what? Yeah, okay, we'll do that. All right. They're ready. They're getting ready. Let the last of the troops show up. Okay, everyone's ready to rock and roll. How's my construction coming along? Perfect. We are running out of fuel fast. Oof, UK has really jacked up their troops on the border. So if I go to war with the United Kingdom, I gotta deal with Belgium too. Alright, well, let's bite the bullet. Let's see how bad it's gonna be. Alright. Alright, let's declare war on the United Kingdom. I would like to conquer all my friends. Okay, here we go. Dance. Okay, all naval plans are a go. Everyone rock and roll. Okay, I'm losing the fight here. Winning the fight here. Alright, let's get my birds in the air. That should turn the fight in my favor 100%. East Africa Corps. Gonna need a commander. All right. Okay. So Yugoslavia. Okay, who's on my side now? Okay, Yugoslavia is with us. Hungary is gone neutral. Germany's with us. And I'm fighting everyone in red. If I can launch, once Britain's weakened, if I can launch a nice hit, I could start taking South Africa. Beautiful. Oh, the British Raj did not attack us? No, they didn't choose to fight us. Oh, what is that? I don't have to fight India. No, well, so far, I don't have to fight India. But maybe as I beat up Britain, they'll change their mind. Okay. Well, begin the war has. Oh, damn it. The British Raj is after us now. Do. Sweet. So Spain just choked off Gibraltar. Perfect. Spain's been wanting to do that forever. Okay, my attack here is going super well. 94% success. These guys are getting destroyed. Oh, some of my railroads are getting bombed. Oh, they wiped out and they're pushing in with an armored column. All right, I better fall back before I get fucked. Or I get stuck. Okay. Oh, the British are sending long range bombers? Those are fighters, right? Yeah, those are Spitfighters. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna have to... And then we'll take 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay. Keep the enemy fighters off our backs. Okay. So we'll have them patrol this region, maintain air superiority and interception. Perfect. Okay. Keep those nasty fighters off me. Here we'll give ourselves some jet bombers and some basic scout planes. Oh no, they got airs superiority, eh? Jet. They got a fuck ton of airplanes. They're making a mess of me. Okay, I need to send in my fighters. Oh, actually, let's cancel those fighters. Okay, so those guys will just fly around. I'll give you a whole bunch of good fighters. Perfect. Air superiority, close air support, interception. Okay, go kick the crap out of them. Okay. right, we're getting there. I lost. Oh, I'm currently fighting. Nine destroyers versus bunch of subs. Trying to flee. Okay. Oh, they're getting cut off. Gonna sail all the way back. Okay, that's a lot of Navy ships. British have sailed a horde of ships. I've lost. Two operating groups. Move all of my Navy here. Holy crap. So the British brought 44 things against my two cruisers. Wow, they just took out a good chunk of my Navy. Holy fuck. Oh, there's a defeat. Oh. And I'm getting overrun. Tactical withdraw. Why is this guy not attacking? Oh, because they can't attack. That's why. Okay, that's why. Okay, mission complete. Oh, they got engulfed. Come on, get the hell out of here. Need them all to retreat. Come on. Okay, there we go. Stupid. Keep fighting with them to try to get them to. All right. These guys are gonna set up a fallback line, which is basically going to be there we go. Make it happen, African Corpse. Okay. So they're gonna hold the mountains. Dig in. Then these guys are gonna come and bail them out. Perfect. All right. Just took Crete and I just took Malta. Sweet. I don't know when that happened because I wasn't paying attention. But they're gonna go reinforce. And we'll let them push. Keep pushing. Okay, this war will turn around now that these people have arrived. Army Group 5. So. Because it's one thing to be passionate, right? And you're like, this needs to happen because blank 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 and these personal viewpoints. But shorting is a healthy part of the market. Without shorting, then companies can become hyperinflated, and that you can just go to the moon, right? And then they crash. Every time it goes red, it's not shorting, right? It's people selling. So, for the most part, right? So it's not like it's shorting is the great devil. The only problem with shorting is that people tend to leverage too high. But that's a problem with over leveraging, not a problem with shorting, which is why Canada and the US haven't banned it, because it's a healthy part of the market. And it also helps that companies that are total bullshit can basically be voted down, or voted against at least, right? So. Well, yeah, hedge funds short, companies short, people bet against each other. It's not a huge deal. If you're talking about trading shares, then that's just the bigger um um the bigger picture where you have this economic soup where you can trade things, and you know it's what happens when you have too much money. You start playing games with it. Perfectly valid. It's just weird for the outsider, I guess. The key, and like what the SEC does and what the Canadian regulatory company does as well, is you just have to make sure that when they're playing these games that they do so with a little bit of stability, so that you don't lose fuck, lost a ton of ships out there. You don't lose your shirt when they go down. Well, I don't know about Rolls-Royce. I don't know them as a company that well. Warren Buffett, yeah, I bet against him. He's a value investor, but as a value investor, he's not that good. He's just super defensive. So it's like a turtle, right? He's not going to win any fight, but he's also, when he fucks up, it won't be as severe, right? But Warren Buffett's not that great. He's just a value investor. Well, he's not dumb, but he's not like, revolutionary here or anything. Yeah. If anything, the guy from The Great Short, the Citron guy, that guy is pretty intense. But he's made a few calls, lately that haven't been on the ball, but he knows his shit. He definitely knows his shit. And see, he specializes in finding companies that are overevaluated. So it's the dead opposite of value investing. You're looking for companies that are overpriced, ridiculous, dumb, and they're holding on by just wishful thinking. And so that's what shorting helps not filter out, but clean up. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I do like Burry. I think he knows his stuff. His approach is good. Um, but yeah, I think now he's taking on more of a public role. But that's because he's a head of a firm, right? Or at least he was. Well, see, so even if you're shorting the shit out of it, right? Like, let's talk about this in war terms. So even though Germany's a bad country and I'm throwing the kitchen sink at them, it doesn't mean I'm going to be able to sink them, right? So Apple is still getting support. There's more people supporting it than people not supporting it, right? So it goes up. So even if people are shorting the shit out of it, you have millions upon trillions of dollars of people that have invested for the last 30 years. So that gives you a buffer. That gives you a line of defense. So even if you want to short the shit, you can't. Because at some point, the company's worth $5 trillion. And so the worst you can do is bring it down to its $5 trillion evaluation. And a lot of those companies, although Tesla not quite, they're tightly evaluated or properly evaluated, as some people say. So the company is worth blah 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 share price. But when you look at the ratio between what the company is actually worth, assets and all that jazz, and the share price, they're very close, right? They're usually trading at like a 10 to 12 time multiple. Take Walmart. Walmart is almost perfectly evaluated, right? Because you know the scope of Walmart. Walmart will not change. Walmart really doesn't have much future. So it's not going to have this hype attached to it, right? Tesla, almost pure hype. Yeah, okay, it might change the world, but it hasn't done it yet, right? So people are betting on it into the future. Now that you could short, right? Because it doesn't have that defensive bulwark of money behind it. But there's more people that believe in Tesla than they don't. So those people are giving you the defense against the shorts. AMC, same thing. The company is worth negative $6, let's say. We're trading at $33, right? So yeah, short the shit out of it. But look at all the people that have tried, right? Because there's so many people that are holding, they can't penetrate. They can't break that defense. They can't drive the price down because as long as people hold, we're artificially growing the company's defenses. We're growing them bigger, and that makes them have value. It's artificial. It's fake. It's just us. But AMC is now a $3 billion company because we gave them that money, right? Versus it was a negative $6, or not even. It was a negative, I don't know what their debt was. Let's say their debt was, I think it's $6 or $7 billion. So they were a negative $7 billion company. Now they're a positive $2 billion company, right? So now there's that defensive wall. So anyways, yeah, but that's the point, right? If we think AMC is worth more than $6 a share, right? We're doing that not on fundamentals. We're doing that on hope, thought, where it's going to be, right? But fundamentally, it is not there yet. This company is not worth that. If you don't look into the future, if you just look at now, the company is worth about negative $6 a share. It's like negative, it owes about $6 billion, right? So that's when you're a fundamentalist or a value investor or somebody that doesn't believe in hype, that's what you look at. And that's defensive and safe and probably the best way to do things. But if you're my style investing, right? If you're quick, agile, aggressive, day trading kind of deal, momentum trading, then you're looking at the future. You don't care about the now. You don't care if the company's on fire. You just need to know if it's going to be put out and rebuilt, right? As a value investor, you want to look at it. Okay, it's burning. How much fire's left? Okay, is there value in this fire? Do I take this risk? Well, it might burn to the ground. Not worth it.
Okay, let's find a company that's already burnt to the ground and invest in their rebuild. That's the better way to do it, right? Whereas a day trader will go, if the fire goes out tomorrow, it's going to start rebuilding the next day because of the value investors' money. But I got in when it was on fire, therefore I will get the value investor will bring up the price, but I was in before he did that, so I ride up with him, right? And that's the game. It's trying to us as small fish, we have to try to get the scraps. We have to get in before or get in when it's good and ride the last bit of it because we're unable to shift companies or do all that shit, right? Anyways, not to talk in circles, but this is why I don't think it's market malice. I don't think there's this evil conspiracy. My experience tells me there isn't, right? Um, there is this warfare with money and corporations and financial firms duking it out. But that war that's happening, it looks like it's malicious, but it's just fighting for money. At the end of the day, though, the SEC and the big regulatory bodies just make sure that while everyone's fighting, they don't break the earth, basically. Sometimes they do, but and sometimes they do because they're assholes and they break the law. But the law, if the law is followed, right, and they catch them, it just stops people from nuking each other, basically, and then taking the country with them, right? But if you overregulate like the EU, then you stifle growth. And so the EU, you have to do everything, 110%. You have all this extra layers of bloat that adds structure and stability, yes, and makes people happy, sure. But you also don't grow. You don't have the ability to be flexible. You get outrun, you get outpaced, you get flanked. And then, of course, you don't grow at the Mach 1 breakneck speed that the States does. Now, China, on that note, China is interesting, though, because China does not want to do that, but they realize the power of it. So they're playing with it. But look at their stock market. They don't have the strength the US does. So they're trying to be like the US, but then their people are just fucking treating it like at a casino and it's all going to hell. And so where their corporations like take Evergrande, right? Their corporations, they let them go out and grow uncontrolled, but then they're not paying attention and they go off in the wrong direction. So then they try to step in and crush them, but that doesn't work either, which is what Russia did, and it collapsed the Soviet Union when they nationalized everything, right? Um, so it's the US is not fucking dumb when it comes to economic policy. Like they know what they're doing and they walk a really thin line, and that often gets them in trouble, but they're good at it. And you can look to China, you can look to Russia, Eastern Europe, every failed state since World War II to now. They tried to do this, but they can't because you have to be good at it because it's such a fine line. So Canada, EU, the UK, we've all gone, look, we're not able to do this because it's too risky. You're playing with fire. So we've taken a little bit more defensive position. The EU's probably taken a little bit more defensive position to ensure the stability of multiple countries, right? But London Stock Exchange, Canada's stock exchange, we don't play like the US. We're much more defensive, but it's because we've seen the US go up and we've seen the US go down, and we don't want that kind of bullshit, right? And plus, we're not big enough. The US is going up and they're keeping all the profits, and they're going down and they're losing some of the profits. But when they go down, they crash us, and we didn't get any profits, and now we're going down. So we need that level of defense because we can't afford to go up with them and down with them because our countries are just not big enough compared to their economy. So, anyways, that's the long story short. The US is a big deal economically. And if you don't think it is, then you don't know your economics. The US is huge. It's the number one consumer. It has all the wealth, all the corporations. Like the US's economic power is incredible. Now China's economic power is getting there, but it's not in developed tech. It's in physical manual labor kind of bullshit, but they're definitely getting there quick. Oh yeah, it definitely is. What? The collective work of the EU. Let's go look it up. So if we go economic power, right? Let's take a gander at that. So economic power of the EU. So all the countries together. What do they got? $161 billion. That is, let's see here. Economy of Europe. Okay, so the total economy of Europe is 22.9 trillion over 748 million. So the economy of the US the economy of the US is 22 trillion. Okay. So what was 22 trillion? So the US has the same GDP or slightly less than the entire EU and half the population. So that goes to show you something there, right? They're also probably consuming the most as well. They're the largest consumer, although China may have dwarfed them recently on that one. Haven't looked at that stat in a while. Actually, let's just look at world economy. There's probably a website for that. Yeah. So here, this is a nice little chart. Okay. So you got China worth 12 trillion. The US, let's say 20 trillion, right? There's all the EU, which generally comes to close to the United States, right? But look at all these countries. UK, 2. Germany, 4. France, 3. Oh, no, sorry. 3 for the UK, 3 for France if we're going to round up, right? So you have to combine all of these economies just to come close to the US, right? Just like you almost have to get all of the friggin' Asian countries just to come close to the US. Like, there's nothing. No single country comes even fucking close, except for maybe China, right? So that's really what I'm pointing out, right? Yeah, but the population in the EU is about 700 million, and half of those are piss poor, right? They're developing countries. So, yeah, the US is 51 states and 400 million people, roughly, right? The EU can be seen as 26 states and 700 million people. But the point is the wealth of the individual, the consumption of the individual matters, because as your country grows, each new person grows it by that amount. Whereas in EU, if the population goes up, it's diluted, right? So, but then that doesn't tell you anything because the country may not be around in 20 years, right? But if all things stay the same, you know, more GDP per person means as your country grows, you grow by an exponentified amount, right? Yeah. Oh, well, the EU is a bloc. That's why they did it, right? They are a powerhouse. Yeah. But I'm just saying, don't discredit the United States as it's nothing. It's not important. It is it points its finger, it flicks a fingernail, and it can wipe out, economically and physically anything it touches, right? So it's got a lot of power. And that economy, right, is a unified economy, right? Is there a central stock exchange for all of the EU? But in the case of the United States, there pretty much is, right? So that all that power is concentrated over the New York Stock Exchange, Chicago Mercantile, and the Nasdaq and some other bullshit, tiny ones. So you got all that power, all in one spot, right? So, anyways, that's all I was trying to convey. Is just that is some heavyweight, you know, ass kickery. And Japan used to be there back in the 80s. This is debt. Yeah, that's the real problem with Japan. Japan has so much debt, more debt than the United States. But this economy by GDP. Yeah. Anyways, that's all I was trying to convey. The U.S. is not something to be scoffed at. I'm not a big fan of the U.S., but when it comes to ass kickery in all forms, it is definitely there. Just like Germany pretty much controls the economy in the EU, right? The United Kingdom's getting there. France is getting there lately with some big sales. But roughly, Germany's leading the charge for economy in the EU by a factor of 20% or so. So, yeah. Yeah, the FTSE. Yeah. Yeah. If the EU modernizes, right? If the EU modernizes, I think that would be something. But you don't want. So the problem with the EU, from at least my perspective, is you don't want the poor countries polluting the rich countries. So you need them defensively, economically, or sorry, not economically, militarily, and for your borders and all this sort of stuff. And you can't stop Spain, and you can't stop all these other countries from, you know, sending in their people, right? But if you link your economy to theirs, they drag you down, right? But if you completely isolate them, they burn out or they get invaded by Russia. And so you have to kind of keep them all together, just like Mexico and Canada work with the states. Because if we go our own, okay, things will be better for us, but it's not good for the states. And we can grow better together, right? Even if the states is an unreliable partner that constantly shoots themselves in the foot. But if Mexico goes completely south, right? Then all of a sudden you got crap at your border, right? Or Panama invades or something, right? So that's the problem with the EU, is that they have to balance developing Eastern Europe, developing Greece, fixing Spain. I don't know about Portugal. Just bringing them all up and stabilizing them to German, French, British levels. Yeah. So, anyways, that I think is the biggest problem with the EU, and probably why they don't have a centralized stock market, because the market would get sunk by, Greece deciding they're going to do something stupid like give out 100% wages to people at, I think, what was 50 years when their retirement was like 50. It was like, oh my lord, you can't do that. um, Yeah, so the EU economy, let's go back to Wikipedia there. Uh, it was the economy of Europe. Population 748 million is where I got the number from. Yeah, comprises about 748 million people in 50 countries. But that may not be the EU, that might be Europe. So yeah, Europe is 447 million. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So that's where I got the number wrong. I was doing the economy of Europe, all of Europe, including people outside of the EU. And that still just comes under the United States. If we go to the actual EU, what's its economy? It's probably the vast majority of it because the countries that aren't in the EU are not that great. I did not know they had a big E for Europe. Okay. European Union has a GDP of about 16 trillion. So about 2/3 of Europe's GDP, or about half of America's GDP. No, just over half. Yeah. 15 is 30. So about 2/3 then, I guess, of America's GDP. So anyways, point is, America is got the power. Now China is going to be something in our lifetime. I don't know what's going on with China though. If China can do it right, they can be the next United States, but you can't do that with a centralized government and, you know, cracking down on the press and throwing people in secret police camps, right? So you can't have a growth of a country when you're busy struggling like that. Now, the Soviet Union, look at how powerful they were when they were at their strength, right? So that's where China is kind of right now. It's like a new Soviet Union. And then the next step is either they grow into the United States or they collapse on themselves due to, you know, being evil, right? Roughly, that's where they're headed. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, we're off the screen here. Anyways, a neat conversation. I'm definitely not a pro economist, but I do try to know a little bit. I do have to look up my numbers and all that all the time, right? Because I don't really care to think about this stuff all the time. Warfare is far more interesting than economics. Yeah. Interesting talk. Exactly. I don't shy away from conversation. You know, we're all trying to seek the truth. We're all trying to, you know, express our viewpoint based on our viewpoint, our perspective, our experience, right? Yeah, that's fine. There's no harm in that. Not like I'm trying to force you to believe me. You do or you don't. It's not my friggin' problem. Yeah. So my Italian African corpse is gotta break that word up. Kicking some ass, taking some names. And have my troops fallen back yet? They're working on it. So oh, you assholes, fall the fuck back. What are you guys doing standing? Oh man, they're encircled? Just fall back. They can't. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to do a rescue operation to get them out. I'm playing as Mussolini. I am Mussolini. I'm playing as Mussolini, yeah. Yeah. I could have changed my country to a democratic country in the early beginning. But because Mussolini believes in the reestablishment of the Roman Empire, that allows you to get early, because you know World War II is coming, right? Because I'm a time traveler. So it allows you to start building up your army really quickly because you know the party is about to kick off. I couldn't fucking care for fascism. Fascism is essentially nationalism. It's just got a bad name, but you know, everyone works for the state, right? Which is technically the United Kingdom was fascist for the longest time, right? Everyone works for the crown. The crown is the state. That's fascism. or authoritarianism, if you want to use a different term, right? But fascism's an evolution of that. And yeah, there's pros and cons, right? It still beats anarchy. Anarchy's bullshit, but complete state control, you know, I don't know. I like the state. I like big government. Honestly, big government is not that bad. Way better than no government or the whatever the US thinks it has. Like 99% of the US's problems is because their government is small-ish, or the people want this idea that everyone thinks for themselves. But then you watch the people on TikTok get hit by a friggin' car because they're dancing on the street. And they're like, well, I didn't think I'd get ran over. And it's like, so how does a country run itself, air quote, which you can't see, when you have people the IQ of bricks, right? And that's the trade-off, right? Do you have a government run with intellectuals, a smart king, British feudalism kind of idea, the educated run the country? Or do you just let the peasants run the country and hope for the best? And it's like, well, democracy is a good idea, but democracy with idiots is bad. Then dictatorships are horrible, but dictatorships with really good people are good. So where's the middle ground? And then that's kind of a republic, a senate. But you really need to go more to the democracy because it's stable. People will elect out idiots. But if you want strong country, then you need to move closer towards, fascism or a strong man, an authoritarian figure, right? A uniting figure like Churchill, right? You need that. But anyways, that's a whole different spectrum. But yeah, anyways, this game does actually keep that in mind. So it depends on your style of play. So, democracy is good and all, but if you play as like the US, you spend so much time fighting with your country, you can't do anything. Now, luckily, no one's attacking you, but you can't go to war because your country won't let you. You can't grow your country because they won't let you. It's like, well, fuck. you know? But here as Italy, I'm just like, fuck, I want that place. Take it. That's much more fun. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously there's millions and millions of people have died, but from a video game standpoint. Oh, German-British War. The Germans are almost done. Sweet. All right, it's almost time for me to launch the invasion of Britain. They're going to be eating pasta by Christmas. Come on, get the fuck back. Okay. Yeah, everyone asks that question every time. And it's really going to be a matter of factors that I can't answer. So you can see the Dow starting to curve, and you can see we're kind of drifting diagonally. We do have an increased volume, which shows that this is meeting resistance, or it's got commitment from the red. My guess, it's a combination of both. It's meeting resistance because it's hitting our low for the day. And then two, because the Dow's starting to go, right? Which is this blue line here. Then as this line goes down, our volume, right, went up as well because the commitment went up as well. But this commitment, our volume is still only 15 million and we're almost done the day. This is all this red is going to be imported from this blue line, basically. Actually, it's kind of neat having the line down here so you can see it better. But you can see just as the line started to go, right? And then the volume went up, the line started going down even further, right? because a line represents movement over time. If there's no movement, the line is flat. If there is movement, it goes up or down. And so in this case, it's going down quickly. And that means there's a lot of movement over a shorter period of time, or the same amount of time, whichever way you want to look at it. So anyway, so this, I don't know where the bottom is, but this is going to be imported. So when the Dow starts to level out, we should level out as well. And let's take a look at everybody else. See what the broader market's doing. Yeah, so it's a pretty neutral day. The lowest red is 4 and the lowest green is 11. So it's a slightly positive kind of meh day. So I think this is a bit of an oversell, but we could be reacting to new news about COVID or something we don't know yet about. But let's see when the market starts to go back up. Let's see how we react. If we react strongly, then this was an oversell. If we don't, then this might be a prelude to something that has happened that's coming down the pipe. But anyways, we'll see. Gotta just be confident and calm. Or market makers are shorting illegally. Yeah, there's Marshall. I mean, those fucking lizard people, man. I tell you. Okay, let's go. In the famous words of MXC, let's go. Oh, geez. That is a lot of British fleets. All right. Let's send all of my troops to the Eastern Mediterranean. Let's sink those fuckers. Okay. Starting to lose. We're out of fuel. Oh, we're out of fuel. When are they going to get resupplied? Come on. Oh, they're out of supply and a lot of breakdowns. Damn unreliable vehicles. I made these tanks extra reliable for this reason. Perfect. We're breaking through. Okay, so I'm going to halt the advance so they get resupplied. Okay, perfect. I'll put them on the defensive. Let them get rearmed, resupply. No, Soviet Russia is eating into Romania. Okay. Right, are we ready to rock and roll down here? Wiping out the Brits. Or colonial Brits. Looks like we're good to go. Oh, no. Cancel. Wrong group. All right. Okay. Now I'm going to push back the lines. Perfect. So now I figured out what a fallback line is. The fallback line is the initial position line. Then the front line is where they're going to go to once the command is called. Then from the front line, they move to the objective line, if you will. Yeah, okay. And then that way, if the front line gets overrun, you go back to your original positions, which are fortified, presumably. Or when you run out of, energy supply. Because a lot of my fights, I have to just stop fighting because I don't have enough supply in the region. Just ran out of bullets. Kind of shitty. Yeah, like here, I'm out of gas. So I just park all my vehicles. These guys can't hurt me. Yeah. But at least I'm bleeding their numbers. Because ultimately, it's not about taking land. I mean, sometimes it is, but 90% of the time, it's in grand battle, it's about bleeding manpower. People can't be replaced. Well, unless you're China and the Soviet Union. But people and material can't be replaced quickly. Land, you can just take it a month later. Oh, speaking of punch, punch was imported from India. Yeah, because someone else said punch the other day, and I'm like, where the fuck did punch come from? I've never looked it up. Who invented it? So it was an Indian drink, East Indian drink. And they imported it, and then it became super popular. Yeah. Actually, if I make it over to Walmart today after the stream, I'm gonna buy some punch. What is it? It's ginger ale, pineapple juice, cranberry juice, and orange juice. Yeah, that's not too bad. Basically a banana daiquiri kind of deal, minus the bananas. Well, and the strawberries, but it's kind of in the same vein. The one I saw was red. I'm guessing most berries are red, right? So most punches would be red, I guess. But yeah, you could Google it. I just quickly read it and I was like, oh, that is pretty cool. I had no idea. Because, who thinks of that sort of stuff? But then when you do, you're like, oh, I should probably look this up one day. I need to upgrade the tank. Here it is. Okay, advanced light tank. Okay. So let's give it fast armor. And Right now I got 35 attack. Yeah, it's neat designing your little vehicle that you're going to send off. Oh yeah, exactly. That NFT is going to explode this stock. Like astronomically, because that's basically a cash injection, right? It doesn't cost them anything and produces money. That is the best way. That's the best way to make money. From nowhere, from nothing. Like, oh my god. Love it. Love it. Why are they using non-diesel engines? Okay, so tank must have a radio. I want a secondary turret. No, a special module. I want additional machine gun. I want sloped armor. Oh, and I could put a stabilizer in it. There we go. Okay, and then the main armament. But an improved small cannon. There we go. Okay, perfect. So it's a fixed roof. Okay. Perfect. Current design cannot be used in the light tank role. Why is this? I got the money for it. What is illegal? Okay, it won't let me put a medium cannon on a light tank, even though it told me it could. Well, to hell with you. Okay. All right, I'll just turn this thing into Bradley IFV. You give it basically a Bushmaster cannon, like a BMP. That allows it to basically fight everything, including a tank. But it's not made to fight a tank. So it has to kind of F off when it sees a tank. But if it had to, it at least is able to. Yeah. Okay, so additional machine guns. That's something I learned from the Americans. Always at least one machine gun for infantry defense. Small cannon. There we go. Special. Stabilizer. And radio. Okay, perfect. And then I'm switching the engine to diesel. I do petrol electric. Reliability goes through the floor. Okay. Perfect. Upgrading my tanks. How many factories? I got 40 military factories now. Sweet. Tow it. Well, that's it, right? Like a tank is just towed artillery or anti-tank on a stick. Where is... Ugh, but I hate these commands. I told the guy to stop doing this and move him to another country, and then he goes and executes the command to go invade a place that's already been invaded. Why my reinforcements haven't shown up. Okay. I was wondering why my reinforcements haven't shown up. Did I disable the day-night cycles? Oh, I did. Here, I'll put those on for your benefit. Perfect. Now you can see the passing of the days. Perfect. Okay, so this fight should be getting won. Go kick some ass. Research. Let's start learning. Get a modern tank chassis. I can go right to that. Hell yeah. I'm gonna have tanks before anyone else. Late war. Well, it looks like Germany's wearing down the UK. I mean, everyone in red is versus the UK right now. So, yeah, based on land, the UK, though, is the only one left with an army. Unless the US gets involved. Which so far, they're just chilling. Okay. So, this is going slowly. But reinforcements have arrived. So you're about to get fucked. Am I winning the air war here? Because there's a lot of planes getting blown up. Like to be assured. Oof, I am not winning the air war. I am losing severely. Okie dokie. They got 600 fighters. Oh my lord. Okay. Okay. Just got 12 new divisions. $20 new divisions actually. Right. Oh, sorry. I just saw your messages. No, I'm on medical leave due to a weird digestion issue that causes like crazy stress imbalance. So I'm basically just chillaxing like a villain because I can't do anything else, which really sucks. But at the end of the day, fuck it. You know, it's better than working and fucking feeling like shit. So the stocks, I just picked them up back in January again. I used to trade stocks all the time, especially when I was at work, because I was bored. And I would just trade my lunch money and like double it and then go spend it. Um, but anyways, yeah, I basically do that, or did that. Got back, and people wanted me to stream so I could teach them. And we had a really good stream till probably June. And then, of course, the stock kind of floundered a bit. So here we are. Now we're getting a new batch of people coming in, and we're growing again. But yeah, I've been just playing games in the background to give you guys something to watch and for me something to do so I don't go nuts just staring at stock. Ah, North African. Wow. No thanks. Oh, did I not give this guy an attack order? Oh, I forgot to give him an attack order. Okay. Okay. Okay, my tanks are getting pounded by the British Air Force. And they're out of Out of resources again. Yeah, they got 9 supply. Okay. I'm not really winning the air war here, but I'm holding them off. Oh, no, that's the wrong guy. Okay. Well, while they're busy doing that. I'm going to push to Cairo. Oh my god. No divisions were assigned. Oh, I misclicked. uh, can you execute this plan? How do we... no, it's not what I wanted to do. I'm just gonna conduct the battle manually because this is taking forever. Oof. Rip. Jeez. So let me guess, the Dow? Dow's going. Fuck, we're into 30s, eh? Wow, that was a big drop. Yeah, we must have triggered a breakdown at, looks like 32. Somebody sold off a chunk. 4% drop in 6 minutes. Not amazing. Hopefully it's just an oversell. And we'll see that right now. I'm holding. I'm not a giant wuss. It's your choice. I'm not going to answer that question for you because it's going to boil down to your personal risk tolerance. Before the rip. Probably not. A 4% drop in a second, that's not likely the prelude to something bigger. That's more likely just somebody flicked a switch and said, all right, I'm done. Which means we'll probably recover from it. So overall, we're going to be down for the day, or fairly neutral. But we'll recover from this drop probably fairly quickly. Just hitting a critical point. Where are all my Alpine troops? Here they are. Part of this general's army. Perfect. All right. Clean that up. Getting no supplies here. Fuck it. Just go fight him anyways. Okay. Perfect. It like took me a decade to get them to friggin' attack. Ah, the British are intercepted our communications. Ah, they're murdering me. Alright, I'll just overwhelm them. Human wave tactics. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, if this was Thursday, I would be a little more concerned. No, we were doing relatively okay. We just had a 4% drop 10 minutes ago or so. That's either we got too low, we hit 30 and it or not 30. We hit 32 and then we busted down to 30. For the high 30s, I guess, to be exact. There could have been a news that triggered that, or it could have just been a technical breakdown. Yeah. It's all good. I'm holding. Or hold F or HODL. Hold. I don't know how you pronounce that. Jeez, my attack is stalled hardcore.
But I'm gonna wipe out. Oh, I just did. Wiped out 3 divisions. Take that. Armored thrust, bitches. Yeah. Hold. I don't know how you say that. I mean, it should sound like hold, but if you really want to pronounce it, it'd be like holdel. Yeah. I said that back in February. It's when you're staring down a 70% loss. That's when you really grow a pair. Everyone freaking out because they lost like 5%. I'm like, you haven't lived. Just wait. Oh man, just shooting down my planes. All right, I'm gonna ditch my bombers. For now. Okay. Let's see if I can maintain air superiority. I have a funny feeling I am losing the logistics war, at least when it comes to airplanes. Oh no, I still got 115 in going. The hell are those? Oh, it's just these garbage planes. Okay. And a giant sandstorm. Do. Technically impossible to tell unless you have level 2 data, and even then it's not that accurate. That's why volume's always showing as kind of red or green, but it never tells you how much each, because for every buyer you have a seller, for every seller you have a buyer. So the volume doesn't really matter in that regard, right? But what you can do is you can look at how much you moved based on that volume and which direction did you move, and then you paint the volume that color, and then that's the system we have today. So if you see red volume and red motion, well, you would. You can't have red volume without red motion, but it's essentially telling you that the negatives outweigh the positives. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't be chanting for 29. I'm starting to get into dangerous territory when we get sub 30s. Okay. Just a heads up of sorts. All right, we're going to have to take this inch by inch, square by square. I've researched a basic amphibious tractor. Okay. Now, the only thing here is how is the war going with the UK? Ooh, Britain's gained a little bit of ground. Japan's doing okay. Double SSR. Well, and it's also a Thursday, so that's good. Okay. Okay. Slowly taking, these pizza eaters are slowly taking back their ground. I'm just bleeding their infantry, and they're bleeding my Air Force. Yeah, I'm running out of fuel. And I'm running out of manpower. Oh, that's because I've been making division after division after division. How many divisions do I have? Oh my god, a lot. That's why I'm running out of manpower. I got 16 divisions. I was not paying it. 24. Got a whole fucking army at that point. Yeah, that's probably it. It's going to be COVID related unless something, changed, right? Because if COVID gets bad again, then all the movie theaters are going to push their dates back and all this sort of shit, right? So it just gets bad for us. All around bad for us. Yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of this. So you select the troops by hand. And you paint All right. See you, GameStonk. Next level support is 29, I believe. Very close. And then we get into the 23s, we're in dangerous land. Really, we don't want to be in the 30s, but 29, 30 is kind of our last hop and skips. Yeah. Yeah. We should have a good bounce off the 30. That's a pretty serious line. I wasn't expecting a 4% drop in 6 minutes. So it's going to take us maybe the rest of the day to recover from that. I think we'll go back to neutral or negative 5% for the end of the day. That oversell might take a while, but I think we'll recover from it. Definitely, I don't think today should be a negative 10 day. That's just overkill. The stock has bled 23% in 3 days, basically. So that's a little fast. COVID's not that scary. nor does it have that much of an impact on our recovery. Unless, of course, everything goes into full friggin' lockdowns again. Mhm. Okay. Well, at least buying at the bottom gives you the best chance of going up. Why do these guys stop fighting? Are they out of bullets? Uh, oh yeah, of course. But that's the risk, right? If you wanted a stable stock, you would have bought Walmart and then you would have came back in 2 years, right? You know, if you can't take the fire, you get out of the kitchen. Hmm. So Zeus the other day called this risk, and really it's playing out like risk. Now all I can think of is how risky this is. Like you have to put infantry, even if they don't do anything, in a spot to stop the enemy from walking there. No, it's all about positioning just to make sure they don't take an area for free. Oof, my navy's getting less sunk. Here we go. Pause. Okay. Getting there. Chinese merchant fleet. All of it? That would be something. If that's the case, the market would turn blood red because, again, fear and uncertainty. Taking care of business. Wow, my navy has been decimated. I still have my battleships, but I've lost almost everything. Jeez. is the... it's here, but I got to scroll down. Okay, perfect. All right. Do. Okay. Well, pushing the British back into the Congo. Although the British have apparently wiped out Portugal from everywhere. Yeah. So looks like it's up to me. Yeah, they're getting their butt kicked in. That's the Cairo invasion fleet. They should be ready to launch 30 days. Meanwhile, I get to deal with the British. Fuck, 18 units. They are just throwing the kitchen sink at me. Oh, I lost all my air power. Ooh. I'm out of manpower. Um, okay. Oh. Now I just conscripted another 16,000 people for the meat grinder. Oh, Greece has put some fighters down for me. That's nice of Greece. All right, perfect. Now I got crushing air superiority. That the Canadians? Nope, India. Eh. I'm running out of infantry. Are we winning at least? German-British War. How many people have I lost? I've lost 253,000 casualties. United Kingdom's lost 543. Jeez, ultimately 1.19 losses on their side. We're doing pretty good. Oh, I just got a huge boost of manpower. Perfect. All right, now I don't have to worry about manpower shortages. Perfect. All right, so I've got them pushed pretty much all the way back, and then I'll sweep down. And who owns South Africa? South Africa's independent. Nope. Yes. Either that or they're owned by Slovakia, which I doubt it. Oh, my phone just dinged. I just realized my phone's on the other side of the room and I haven't looked at it all day. Probably do that. How did my forces get divided? lose a unit? Or I wiped out a unit? Oh, it looks like I'm getting murdered. What? Holy crap, they wiped out a whole division? Whoa, I just lost like 20 plus units. Alright, well, that's enough of that for now. I was looking for a point to quit playing. Alright, apparently encirclement is insta-kill. Okay, well, I think that's a good time to go find some food. EODs are coming up. Alright. And then I will be back in probably 5 or so. I'm gonna see if I can find something to eat. Well, your thing there, Marshall, where it says 0.16 earnings per share, that's in 92 days. We were posting $6 negative. Now it's only 16 cents. We're doing great. Yeah. Unless they're talking like month over month, but even then, that's pretty good. We're only 10 cents away from going positive. As soon as we go positive, the algorithms will switch and everything will get better. Definitely. Oh. Well, it'll have to be a quick meal because EOD's coming, but I'll see if I can rustle something up. So I microwaved some cookies that just caught fire, so I'll be a few more minutes. It's gotta deal with a small combustion in the kitchen. I'll be right back. All right. Well, there goes my food. Oh, I was microwaving a cookie. I had some batter and I didn't estimate the time properly, and it just fireballed. Now the whole house is full of smoke. All right, let's get those EODs. Uh, 31. Yeah, even I was on fire. Yeah. Yeah, because I was like, why is it smoky? And then I looked at the microwave and it's just billowing smoke, and I'm like, oh shit, sugar fire. Sugar produces a lot of smoke when it lights. If you ever want to make a smoke bomb, sugar. Set it on fire. 30. Nev. No, that's marsh. Oof. Man, look at it go. And that's a high volume drop too. So that's when we broke 30. All of the stop limits kick in. Just like when we broke 32, all the stop limits kicked in. Yeah. 8% drop in 1 hour. So I think we'll get this 8% back because it's just stop limits for the most part. But you can see it's increased the volume, right? Increased negativity. So that is something we have to pay attention to. Now this one here was big, but that was because it was fighting to not go below 30. And that's why it was probably green at one point too. And then this is the effect from breaking the 30. It triggers all the stop orders. That has to find its bottom and then settle down. I don't want to be into the 29s though. Oh yeah. I don't think, I think any recovery stock's getting hit. You know, Carnival's getting hit. Robinhood's getting hit. Roblox is a different story, but you can see the shape. I'm clicking here. See the diagonal? We're all sharing the same, you know, overall diagonal, right? See? So it's not us. It's like, yeah, when we hit certain numbers, it's us, but the overall trend is not us. But the problem is if this trend continues, right, it's going to cause us more technical breakdowns, and then we're going to be in a bad spot. Fuck me, eh? Well, luckily I paid all my bills last month. So it looks like I'm eating fucking canned tuna. Or sorry, ramen noodles. Yeah. 29? Let me take a look. 29, the last time we were here was January 2017. And then before that was May 03, August 02, and now again December 1st. Yeah, so that's the critical breakdown line, which is 2910. But in all honesty, this red is huge. Really should not be happening. Because now we run the risk that we have a failure of our U shape, right? So this is the W, right? And the failure point of a W is usually the corner or the 50% mark, which is up here. Now we did have a change in environment. COVID, Omicron is here. Delta is here. So we did have a change, right? But if we get below this, then we're going to go straight to technicals, which is you had a W, it didn't happen, you rolled, you're going below the bottom, and then you're going to break down hard. And then all of this is going to get challenged. I think our last line of defense is somewhere around 28, 26. Yeah, but we don't want to get down there. So if this can lift, you know, relatively soon, we'll snap back to 41 pretty quick. Yeah, so you'll get a 37% return. But it looks like the U shape is probably failed at this point because we've gone so low. There was still hope when we were back at 49.40 on the 23rd. Now it's looking pretty bad. But as long as we avoid that bottom, we should be okay. But yeah, you can just see like we're barely moving, right? And then it's Omnicron, just boom, 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 boom. You know, and even the Dow. You can see the Dow here. The same thing. Dow's just kind of putting along, and then thump, thump, thump. The Dow's gone back to October levels or June levels. Yeah, so if I take off the boiler bands, you can actually see the shape here. Very similar. So recovery and then thump, right? Yeah. We're just a lot more volatile, so our shapes are much bigger than their shapes, but yeah, this is Delta Fears again, which balls. Either that or it's just because Zeus bought some shares. Poor guy. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, for all we know, you know, it's always darkest before the dawn, right? And that's a nice quote I like to say a lot because you think it's fucking circling the drain and it's all over and then boom, out of nowhere, right? Like the fact that the Pfizer vaccine works against this variant, then that's it, right? Unless this variant is special in some way. That's all we need to know. Vaccine works, move on. So he's back. Poor guy. I was just thinking about him. I was like, yeah. Well, hence why I was like, you know, I think we've hit our relative bottom, but I would not recommend purchasing just because it's too risky. But yeah, these are pretty heavy. Like we dropped in less than 2 hours, we dropped 10%. Like that's a little extreme. And look, it's going again. Oh man, everyone else is starting to really go too. There must have been some type of change of news that happened at 10 o'clock. 11, 10:50, 11. Yeah, look at how every single one just took a friggin' nosedive. We lasted a little longer, but look at how sharp that is. Sharp. See? Even the NASDAQ, same thing. Yeah, I wonder what that's all about. China's attacking satellites. Now, it's possible this is an expected pullback. Poorly timed. Japan came out okay. The UK came out okay. So both those markets are closed. So really this has got to be something new. Interesting. Still fucking horrible. But once again, we're just along for the fucking ride. Oh, we're in the 28s. Man, look at how fast we blew through 29. Just boom. We're free falling at this point now. Jeez. And the volume's gone up too, yeah. Because the intent's gone up. Yeah, this part here is pretty bad. Volume's up, direction's steep. But everyone else is showing the same thing. So, yeah, like, look at how identical that is. GameStop and us. That's like, those two lines are almost identical. Like here, if I put up GME and I properly see that? That line is like almost 1-for-1. So that means it's the broader market kind of deal. Yeah. That is really 1-for-1 there. Even that. Look at how identical that is. Yeah. Wow, that is really identical. Jeez. But yeah, so that means like an ETF or it's a broader market thing. It's a portfolio thing. It's not an individual going after AMC thing. The whole market's starting to turn. So earlier, the lowest red was what? 9? Now it looks like it's, oh, we're up on one of the biggest losers. We made the list, -16. Yeah, and then the winners have declined. Looks like the overall market's turned sour. So we were doing poorly anyways because of the Omicron, but I think there's something else that just came up. That's why it's gotten worse for everyone now. See, is gold? Gold has not surged, so it's not a overall deadly thing. Yeah, it's like it just looks like a general pullout. Like there's steel. That's US steel. And how is US steel matching? Look at that part right here matches GME. The fuck's that? So that's got to be like a major market withdrawal of money, which means it would show up on the Dow and the Dow looks identical, right? Yeah. I wonder who's doing that. Yeah, basically what I've been saying. Oil, gold, Bitcoin up. Yeah, interesting. But every time people have marked that market for dead, it comes roaring back. We just have to get through this bullshit. Fuck, -16. I hope tomorrow or just before close we get some height. Dark. So when they quote buy sell ratios, there's no way to know that. So what they're doing is they're telling you their customer buy sell ratio. There's no way for them to get that data off the market unless they're lying and they're doing it based on volume. Yeah. Yeah, there's Facebook, which is down 2%, and look at the buy-sell ratio. Yeah. And there's us with 10%. 6,100 oh, they're doing it based on number of orders. That's what they're doing. But they're not doing it based on the volume of orders. Like how much you ordered, just the number of orders. Unless they're only counting them, because we've had 41 million air quote orders. I don't know where they're getting the data here from. It's neat to see though. Neat. PayPal. Jeez, the whole market's a mess. $27. Yep. No stopping this. Yeah, well, that's why when I saw this, I was like, ah, fuck, we're in a free fall. Because you can tell by the shape of it. See how it's kind of like a hooked claw? This is about as bad as it gets. Well, literally, this is as bad as it gets right here. I'm zoomed out, but if I zoomed into our normal levels, like, look at that, right? Non-stop crapola. But I have to stay zoomed out because we're moving so quickly. But the Dow's not stopping either. Oh, cool. I can just drag it up. Can I just drag it down? No. Well, here's the Dow. So you can see a very similar party for all of us. DOD 26. $26.66. There you go. Mark of the stock beast. I don't know who that is. Nev Marsh. I haven't done me. At this point, fuck, I don't know. Let's say we're going to try to rebound 30. Yeah, let's see. All right, I just heard my cookies finish baking. I'm going to go take a look. The ones that didn't catch fire. All right. Got myself some not burnt cookies. Delicious. The whole house smells like smoke. And it's a little cold in here because I had to open all the windows. Like a friggin' smoke bomb went off. Excuse me. If both these lines are vertical, going up, then we shouldn't drop. We're just floating with the market. Up until those heavy volume points, right? Our volume was like, we're going to finish the day at 15 million, which is half of our average volume. So basically no one's playing. But when we hit those technical points, volume skyrocketed because people have set sell limits, right? So they're not even here and the robot's selling for them, right? And so that's where you got a lot of today's volume. But you can see now the volume is a little lifted because people have gotten alerts and whatever. But we're back to basically drifting. We're not charting our own course here. So something to keep in mind. Or, yeah, keep in mind, I guess is the correct word. Okay. Thurasani. Have a cuppa. Actually, afterwards, yeah, I could go with for a decaf. I'll put off shopping for groceries for another day. Which means I can have a decaf coffee or something to warm up. Yeah, it's 0 degrees Celsius here right now, which I believe is positive 32 in Americans. Yeah, not Fahrenheit. It's American units. It's about 32 American outside. Although my favorite measurement is people that still use stones in the UK. Oh my god. Although if anyone still uses rods, which is the precursor to yards, it's like, hey, there might be someone that still uses that. Ooh, this place looks beautiful. That loaded pretty quick for a 4 gig map. Usually it'll take about 3 days for the news to kick in. So whatever just happened now, we'll find out in 3 days. Unless it's something like pandemic related or whatever. But if it's financial, it's going to probably take a moment or two to percolate. All right. Map's kind of ugly. This is based on the land. I would say this is Nordic. Nordic or close to Switzerland area. Alpine. Yeah, you got the weird rolling hills and the towns that are so close to the river like this. Nobody would build like this. Because if you do, you flood, right? But the Nordics, the water doesn't, they don't have seasonal flooding. It's a little bit different. Is this bridge not loaded? The hell? Oh, those are power lines. Excuse me. That really looks like that should be a bridge. Yeah, see how it keeps going this way? Yeah, and there's a broken car. Okay, that's a bridge that failed to load. There's no cars stuck on a power line. Oh, that's nice. They got a kind of a zombie car pile up. Okay, so I'm guessing that's Cyrillic. Well, it is Cyrillic. Koneshkina Albazain. Chernos. Cheraruski. That's Cheranos. That's the fake place. So it's saying join the army. Interesting. The makers of Arma are Czechoslovakian. That's kind of nice. That's very Russian style track and field. The big buildings with the road and the complex. You see this sometimes in Japan too, because they're limited on space. So you'll have a road like this, sidewalk, sports field like inches away from each other, which you don't really get in North America because of the speed of the cars. There'd be a risk of collision and the